Hello, everyone. Welcome to Saturday Dungeon. Saturday Dungeon. I hope you've all had a good weekend so far. Gobbling up your ham, holding up your Merry Christmas signs, decorating your tree in the Highlands. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Darkrift, Navjack, Space Hoppercopter, Mr. Radon, Cactus Bee, Vetnow, Sam Hain, Yes Soppy, Glower Power. Welcome, everybody. And look at that ham grapefruit. Delicious. Hey, power down. Look at that stately mullet on Bean. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's going to be kind of a low-key stream today. Yes, Soppy, thank you for the 71 bits.
Sandwich covered in gravy.
Oh, good. Good work, Navjack. Yeah, security training is important. Security training is important. Yeah, they used to say, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Believe people who call you on the telephone even less than this. Do I have a close-up blaster? I might. Map blast. What is map blast? Oh, map blast increases the brightness. Oh, that's good. Doesn't change the focus though. Where's the focal depth here? Problem. Couple problems. Well, I mean, also, isn't Norton useless these days? Right? Isn't that part of the problem? Like, it's not even... Norton is no longer even pretending to be protection software. They're just like a cache siphon. Alright. I might need to adjust this. Focus. I think the focus is off, right? Focus looks off. I wonder if I can set this to like 7. This isn't changing, is it? Dino, 27 months. That's 3 years. Five is the correct amount of number. Hold on. This might be better at the... I think it might be better like this. Zoom. Oh, I don't want that. Hey, Marmot, how's it going? Load up dungeon music for a second. I gotta do things to this camera so you can see it properly. Like this. That seems okay. Really, though, I feel like the camera is at the wrong height. I think this is the problem. It needs to be closer, because I can only adjust the focus in increments of 5s. Which is real stupid. This is okay, though. That seems okay. Shout out to Dino. Dino's been playing some very good games recently. And by recently, I mean since the very first stream on his channel. Every Dino stream, a success. Everyone. Dino, have you ever played Cobra Command on the NES? Do you like helicopter games, Dino? And by helicopter games, I mean games that don't control too good and are kind of hard to prevent yourself from accidentally dying. Right, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Games that have characteristics similar to a real helicopter, such as easy to crash. It's good. It gets unhinged toward the end. Someone captured the essence of it. I'm going to give you a mild spoiler, okay? It's mild because it depicts part of an enemy later in the game. See if you think you would like to play the game based on this. Based on this small spoiler. Alright, where were we? Hello, Ragadon. We've just started. I even forgot to start the timer. Forgot to even load the timer. Start it up. Alright. What does my inventory look like? I might have left off with, like, a bunch of shit I need to sell. We did the Mithril Axe. We did the Fire Rod. We did the Hex Whip. I think I want to get a Mithril Rod for Pyra. Eventually. The fire thing here, and we've got holy water and smelly salts. Couple of magic hoods. Doing alright. I'm doing alright. My air conditioner decided to make an extremely loud noise at like 8 in the morning because it got too cold outside and I forgot that I had the air conditioning compressor part of it on. It's fine. The thing is fine. It's still working. It's just, it woke me up. For like 10 minutes. What felt like 10 minutes, it was probably about 2 minutes. What am I doing? I need that. We do need this. This is the wrong map, though. This is the wrong map. The map you want is... This is upside down, too. Shit. Let me find the map we actually want. But I finished part of a project today. There's 49 videos in a folder. Okay, this is the tower, yeah. This is the labyrinth proper. What we need to be looking at. Fortunately, moving this is a cinch. And now we have correct map. Actually, yeah, this is better because I can move my right hand in. We need to be slightly further away, though, don't we? Whatever. We can move this around as necessary. So there's 49 videos in a folder. Here's a problem. Actually, Radon, you might have an idea about this. You've probably faced similar quandaries in your activities. I have a bunch of games, right? I don't have a source of truth. Lemberg, thank you for the 9 months. A 7-month streak. Thank you very much. I love the long-term support. It means a lot. So Radon, and Dino, you probably have the similar thing as well. I'd appreciate your insights, if you have any. I have a bunch of games. The games have titles in Japanese, and then there's also sometimes titles in English, and then also sometimes titles, various attempts at Romaji of the Japanese titles. And my question is, how do I label each of the games that I've played in the least ambiguous form so that two things are true. One, that the videos that I upload can serve as a source of truth, that I know reasonably well that I've spelled the name of the game correctly, and that I've written it as clearly and as accurately as possible. And second, so that people searching for the games can find them. Gosh, the encounter rate in this game. It's okay, I need lots of money. I need loads of money. Yeah, the format. Here's the problem, right? The format, I think is easily determined, right? It's easy for me to say, yes, I'll write it in this format. The problem is, for me, is more the case of like, hold on. Let me find one. I have one here in my PSX folder. Here we go. Right? This one isn't even like... This is... I choose a particularly minor problem here. Because it's one that I know is both minor and also not minor. If this makes sense. So, it's not minor because from a search perspective, now, with the way search has been working recently, the second one is less searchable. But also it might be correct. But also it might not be correct, and I don't know enough Japanese to tell you the difference. However, the ultimate ball game isn't written anywhere on the game's... Doesn't appear to be written anywhere on the game's, like, actual assets. And I don't know where that's come from. However, the source that writes it all as one word lists it, describes it as a beat-em-up game. It's a volleyball game. And offers, like, no further information. Ribs burrito. Oh. I bet that's delicious. It's episode, I think, for the 80 bits. See, that's my conundrum. The conundrum is more the source of truth rather than the presentation. The presentation is, to me, a minor part, right? That, like... Romaji first. Romaji first. Parenthetical. Parenthetical kana and kanji. If I can get it. But the question is, where do I get it from? Do I get it from Redump? We know Redump has been, like, kind of wrong about a bunch of names. Do I get it from PSX Data Center? PSX Data Center and Sega Retro don't agree on, for example, Backgeiner. Backgeiner. Dot Level suggested that I use Japanese Wikipedia, but I'm also hesitant to do that because, like, I don't know enough Japanese well enough to, like, to know whether the article I'm looking at is for the media that I'm actually investigating. For example, if I'm looking at the page for... If I'm looking at the page for an anime series, but the game for the anime series has a different subtitle, then I don't have the text for the subtitle. It's complicated. What is... Magic Mail? All have English titles on the inverse spine. Unless they come in a weird fat case. Interesting. So, but PSX Data Center doesn't record scans of the inverse spine. Is that where this is leading? And then the follow-up question, does anyone record those scans? Oh, he cast Blast. Blast! Yeah. I've been scorched. Yeah, that's the trouble, Dino, is that, like, my confidence in my ability to, like, Romanize Japanese is very low. I know that I'm not good at it. However, a bunch of people who work with Redump or PSX Data Center or, whoa, 50? That's too many. Are confident in their ability, even if it's not a very good ability. You know? This is my problem. The knowing enough to know that I know nothing. In some cases, right? Take Little Ralph, for example, right? Hey, TDX, how's it going? Take Little Ralph, for example, right? Like, yeah, that's fine. Like, my purpose, the entire purpose of investing all this work into these videos, separating these videos out from their original component streams, is that I would like these videos to then serve as a source of truth for what does the video game look like when played? What is the name of the video game in English and Japanese? And if relevant, Romaji. But I don't want to be like, I don't want to abuse the resources that I have that can answer these things, right? And be like, dot, help, BNU, tell me what it says, Jubo, right? I don't want to abuse those resources because I would prefer to keep them available for far more important things. You know? This reminds me of, Darm Tower in Ys. But like I said, right, I've got, what, almost a dozen of these videos now, and each video represents, each large VOD represents maybe 50 titles. It's a lot. There's a lot of fucking games on the PlayStation. And I've played a large number of them in small amounts. There's other wild shit too, like Cyber Egg Battle Champion. Cyber Egg Battle Champion says Cyber Egg Battle Champion on the cover art in English, but then it also says Cyber Egg Battle Champion in hiragana for some reason. I'm running into that problem where, like, I'm trying to look at where I am in this corner of the map. And, like, I can't tell which are the walls and which are the corridors. We need to do a little shading. Okay, that makes it a little clearer. It's Chrome Ball. Got him. But yeah, that's been my conundrum today, is like, how do I figure this out? If PSX Data Center has the scans of the inside spine for games, even remotely frequently, that would be great. That would save me a ton of trouble. Another Chrome ball. Using up all my memory here. Radon mentioned it. I'm not sure. I think I know what the thing is, but I don't know how to describe it. It's like the extra thing that Japanese PlayStation games came with. Except ones in weird cases. All the jewel case ones. Not the Obi strip. Oh, like, I don't have a CD case in arm's reach. The inside of the tray insert part. Yeah, no. Noman is describing how the thing is constructed, I think. Right? Not the spine card. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I have a thing here. I can explain exactly what we're all talking about. And remove any ambiguity. Okay. So, in a CD, in a jewel case, there's the insert. In this case, for Descent. My understanding is that along this edge, on Japanese games that were released in jewel cases, along this edge is an English title on the inside of the insert along the left-hand edge that folds up. Not the thing that's between the Not the thing that's, like, in the plastic wrap between this and that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how prevalent that is. Because, like, what was it? By, like, year 2 in the U.S., almost all games were released in jewel cases in the U.S., but I don't know what the case is for Japan. Oh. Death Serpent. Okay. Death Serpent wasn't a huge concern. Yeah, I guess I agree with your suggestion, BNU. I agree with your suggestion about the presentation. That seems to be like uncontested, right? Everybody agrees that English name if possible, or Romaji, parenthesis, Japanese text name, and possibly /EU title. Okay, where am I? 26 East. 26 steps east. Yeah, for multi-disc games. The question is mostly, what can I use as a source of truth so I don't have to be like, so I don't have to come running to you and be like, BNU, can you tell me what the name of this game is? How should I write it? For every game when there's 50 games of video and like a dozen videos, right? I don't want to put that burden on you and Dot and Chubo or whoever, right? I would like to find a place where I can go and be like, okay, I'm sure they wrote this correctly. I'm sure these people wrote this correctly, and this other source is wrong. Right? That's ideally what I'd like, so that I can reproduce good information and not bad information. You can't see what I'm doing. Yeah. Exactly. Where it exists, that value is a good, where it exists, those values are great to have, but we can't count on them, right? So those are a first source of truth when available, but not guaranteed to be available because they might not have ever existed. Oh, it has bab. So, like, here, I have a good example of something. No, that's fine. We know it's not a complete solution. Blank or red, yeah. Then there's... Yeah, then there's stuff like this. Those two links, right? Kingsfield. Hurls a rock. Same kind of case as Beat Mania, but only as English titling. It's fine. I have a guess. I have a guess that they just kind of did it willy-nilly. Right? The publisher decided what they wanted to put there. But if they did put something there, it could be considered the official English title of the game. Because there's... Also, hello, Ralph. Because there's stuff like Little Ralph, right? Where Little Ralph is... The Japanese title of Little Ralph actually translates to Little Ralph's Big Adventure, right? Except the title of the game is The Adventures of Little Ralph, because that's literally what it says on the cover, because that's how they officially translated it. Now, here's the question. Here's another question, right? Regardless of the, like, inside... there's a word for that. There's a word for that thing. Well, I guess the question is this, right? For games that were released only in Japan, right? Is there a list of official titles of the games that avoid ambiguity or opinion in transliteration? Right? Because, for example, Backgainer is listed on PSX Data Center as GAI. It's listed on Sega Retro for the Saturn version as GUI. But the Kana is very clearly Backgainer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a official way to transliterate it. I don't think LibRetro is a reliable source, any more so than Redump, PSX Data Center, Sega Retro, or Wikipedia, right? It's just people making shit up based on their own opinion, as far as I know. And again, right? Like I have an initial reference for name, right? I have a source for a name. I can give a name. Whoa, Headhunter. I can give a name to every game. I would like to give the correct name to every game. Holy shit, these dudes do a lot of damage. And they don't take a lot of damage. Right. I know that to a certain extent it's never going to be solvable, right? But that said, I would like to... me personally, Duke, would like to avoid propagating shitty names for things that are, like, clearly wrong, right? It's important to me personally to get the name as right as I'm able. And, like, an example of this, right, is a game that's in my list, right? Right? That's something that comes up frequently. The people are like, oh, you misspelled that. It's supposed to be Conbini. And it's like, well, why? Like, how do I... What I'd like, right? What I'm asking for is a... that might be the case, right? It might be the case that it's like, hey, this is just a completely subjective thing and there is no right answer. And that's a fine thing, right? Because then I can go, all right, I'm going to pick a source of truth and I'm going to mirror that. Right. And like in English, making it appear more like the word convenience is better. So given that it's given that it might be so subjective, the follow-up question is yeah, exactly, right? If I'm writing it out, if I'm talking about the Japanese name, I'll probably say Conbini because that's how I'm going to type out the kana in my IME. But if I'm talking about the game in an English conversation outside of all of that, I'm probably going to say conveni because it's closer to the word convenience, which is the conceptual object of the convenience store that it mirrors, right? But so, given that it's subjective, right? Given that it's subjective, what I'd like is if anyone has suggestions for a single source of truth that that I can use as a point of reference to get the names of games, or to correct the names of games off of this list that I have of, like, cut down titles from their file names from whatever set I used. Booblacking, thank you for the 300 bits. Yeah. Bonus bit is... Right. If the game was translated, its English title would be The Convenience Store. I forget if it got translated ever. Yeah.
You pre-ordered the best Olympic prestige classes to Annoy. Your Dungeon Master, the Head Stabber Supreme. Sea Road, Pinatama Mare, Forkwood, Lady Chef Earth. Fire illusionist blazing make to the war, hotted. Idiot swooning goblin dead genius.
Love, laughter ethical male primate ethical. Sindor gargoyle maiden, promiscuous speed fun. Good pusher, Imon ninja wiggly whiz dread dubstep. Dude, electred tingeron palm muffin. Wordus.
Nerd, gnome, super pie, and pewter guy. I had an elite quack, while humped of a handle.
Why did it get all nerd voice when it started saying ethical? I'm ethical male primate. Thank you for the 345 bits, bootblacking. I appreciate it very much. Yeah. But again, right, like, given that it's subjective, I guess my question is, given that it's subjective, like, here's how I look at it, right? If there's an English title printed on the insert, that's as close to an English title for a Japanese game that never got released in the US or the West that I can get, right? But oh, these guys suck. Steal your MP. But there isn't a repository of those anywhere, is there? Like, I can't go get that. I can't go to, like, psx-spinecards.com/index/JP and just get it. Not spine cards. They're not the spine cards. Yeah, and like PSX Data Center is missing all the inserts. Or missing many of the inserts. Faux guns. It's the Sentinel. I should cast quick boost. All right, have a good cooking. I hope you enjoy the cooking. Okay, those guys aren't that dangerous. But this one's right here. That there's the chest. Can't be. It's too. Our chest is here. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it's a case of like if it exists, I would prefer to use that, but we also don't have a repository of those where they exist. So it's kind of an impossible task anyway. $300 gold. Great. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. In a universe where things cost like like 30,000 gold. Fine. It's fine. Better than an item. It's better than getting an item. Get a fucking heal fruit for like $10. Okay, so given all of that, well then that's what it's fucking called. Accurate title, honestly. Blaze it. No, it does as much damage as the whip. So blaze sucks. But like, hold on, I gotta find this. I gotta find this real quick. Santo Kyugi Vanborg. Here we go. Check out this. Check out this fucking shit. Forever with me. On the English side it says Crash Bandicoot 2, full title with the subtitle. Interesting. Here's what I think I'll do. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use Redump. I'm gonna use Redump's fucking titles for everything. Because if you're gonna pirate the game, you're gonna get it from Redump. And Redump has the Japanese titles as well. So it's a one-stop shop, even if it's wrong. Oh, he gets 2 attacks. Okay. Fine. We got him. Oh, cool. A worn robe. That's what I always wanted. Tricorn Final, as it's listed many places. Fight this guy? Hell yeah. Diesel. I do want to quick on these guys. And probably slow one on them too. Oh, he doesn't get 2 attacks if you slow him. Yo, sick. One of the games I was looking at today, for some reason, has like way too many fucking like indie game articles written about it. Hold on, what's it called? Daiobake Yashiki Hamamura Jun no Jitsuwa. It's like some shithouse sound novel. And everybody's jacking it off like it's the best thing since sliced bread in like incredible horror experience. And it's like, it's photos of people looking scared. And like... Boost Dad first. PlayStation game. Maybe it was on Super Nintendo first. It could have been. Okay, this is dangerous. Yeah, slow doesn't always work. That's why I gotta do boost first. Ooh, sun armor. Milo can't use it. Decent upgrade. Okay. We must egress. But no, it's just this, like, I've come to a conclusion that there's a huge number of people who just can't get enough VNs, and they will find any way they can to justify it. Oh, no, it's not one of those anime dating VNs. This one's a horror game. Oh, this isn't a VN. This isn't a VN. This is Baldur's Gate 3. Got him. I've never seen anything like this before. Did you know? No. Or leave curse. Right. That's exactly it, Radon. I want them in a separate category like application software. Right? I get disappointed when I load up Chakushin Melody Damon. And it's a fucking, like, make a ringtone application. I wanted a video game. Why is this in the games folder? It should have been in the applications folder. Why was this in the games folder? It should have been in the books folder. Kind of thing, right? I've never seen anything like this. Piece of shit, fucked up robe you're trying to sell me, idiot. I should sell that bronze armor so I have more inventory space. I love the wall hit sound in this. The worst, Radon, is when it's a visual novel disguised as some other type of game. And so you go look at a screenshot, and the screenshot only shows the gameplay, which is like, you know, like a tactics RPG or something. And you're like, oh, cool, tactics RPG. Maybe it'll have something interesting in it. And then you boot it up, and by 30 minutes in, you're like, something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. Why am I still reading all of these characters? They just introduced another character? What's going on here? And then you're like, ah, I see. It was secretly a book all along. It's like advertising a pop-up book, and there's one pop-up in the middle of like 600 pages. Right, you'd enjoy that if you bought it for a book with like an extra surprise instead of like I'm going to enjoy this 3D pop-up book. Flip, 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 flip. Where does it pop up? Yeah, it varies. There's a sliding scale, right? There's a sliding scale of how, there's a sliding scale of how VN certain stuff is, right? Like, hold on. There was one in this list. This one? No, that's the Beetle game. Might actually be Backgainer. Yeah, Backgainer where it's like there's just like 10 minutes of anime and then like the worst strategy game you can imagine and then just like anime. Where am I? Here. Yeah. Oh, I played the PC Engine, the TurboGrafx version of what's that game called? Startling Odyssey. I started playing the PC Engine version of Startling Odyssey, and it lets you hold a button to rapidly skip dialogue. Constantly. Like, you can go up to a person and just like burp, and it goes brrr, and you can't even see it. It doesn't even display it. It's great. I love it. I love it. That's one of the things, I've mentioned this before. One of the things that I love about Starfield is that at a couple of points in the game, it presented me with what was supposed to be some kind of like moral dilemma of like, how are you going to approach this ethically ambiguous situation? And I just shot the dude and took the thing I wanted and left. And the game was like, well, that was a very direct way to approach that situation. And I was like, thank you. But like, uh-oh, this could be bad. Yep, that's bad. Right? Like, to me, that's like, to me, doing that, allowing that, is a sign of confidence that the writers had in their story. That's fine. 620 is a good number of gold pieces. No thanks. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I got to a point in Starfield where they were like, this guy's like, oh, I have the item that you want, and blah, blah, blah. I might consider parting with it if just absolutely murdered. And then because he was a quest NPC, of course, he falls down, and he's like, okay, you can have it. Just leave me alone. And I'm like, yes, good. And then later you like have this vision quest and you encounter the same dude, and he's like, oh, do you think what you did is I just shot him again and it was fine? And it's like, I love that. I absolutely love that about a game. If a game, like, if a fucking JRPG did the thing where like, oh no, he's gonna take this important item. Oh no, what are we gonna do? And they just were like, why don't we kill him? And attacked immediately before the evil dude gets the ultimate power in the opening arc. Like, I would be like, yes, I love this game already. Instead of characters becoming idiotic morons who'd like just stand by and watch the evil dude do the evil thing and be like, Well, it can't be helped. Give me the ultimate power orb or I will kill the girl. You mean the girl I met like 20 minutes ago? Who cares? That or that, then you getting the ultimate power orb, you'll probably kill her anyway. Yeah. I should go back to Persona 1 with a guide. But man, there is a lot of grinding in that game. There's a lot of grinding in Persona 1, and it is unavoidable. Taurus. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, but the Japanese version, right? Everybody says that, but who would want to play through Persona twice? It's so long. It's so long. I don't want any more Persona. I stopped like 2/3 of the way through because I realized I was 2/3 of the way through and that I'd have to play 50% more. How far did I get in Persona anyway? It's under R, that's right. No, wait, I didn't time it. I didn't even time it. I think a lot of people talk up the Japanese version of Persona over the English version, but you know what? Like, while I don't agree with some aspects of the translation of Persona 1 with regard to today's standards of translation, I think that the writers for Persona 1's dialogue, right? The writers for Persona 1's dialogue did an incredible job of portraying high school age kids in most of their interactions, and not a lot of Japanese translated games do that nearly as well. I think in some cases the translation is objectively bad, where it's like, but that's mostly like menu stuff and like incidental dialogue. Sometimes the demon dialogue doesn't make a lot of sense, but the story dialogue is done exceptionally well in the aspect of it is a much better portrayal of high school kids than pretty much any other game has done. I think it's objectively bad in a bunch of places, right? Like, clearly a different team worked on the, like, item descriptions and demon dialogue than worked on the story, right? But, like, for example, despite a bunch of, like, kind of shitty cultural norms at the time and an attempt at like forced diversity. I think that in general the way it's written, the right, here's the thing, right? I think that they were doing it from a perspective of forcing diversity into the game and ended up doing a really bad job at that and having the opposite effect. I don't think they set out to be like, hey, what if we made the game more racist? Yeah, they tried. They tried wrong, and that's, like, the history of media is rife with those kind of things, right? Look at, like, the old, yeah, like old sitcoms, the Justice League cartoons from the 70s and 80s, where, like, hey, we're going to introduce a character so we can have minority representation in the show, and they're just going to be the biggest pile of stereotypes we can, that we can assemble. I think it's important to distinguish between an attempt at doing something worthwhile that failed and doing something reprehensible on purpose, right? I think intent matters, right? Intent matters a lot. You can say, it's perfectly fair to say, I would rather not play this version of the game because of the dialogue that it contains and because of the way it portrays race. That's fine, right? But it's also like, I think it's misguided to say or to imply, hey, they made the game racist on purpose. They tried to make the game inclusive and failed because they were well, probably because of systemic racism, but it wasn't their intent to insult a whole bunch of people by doing the thing in the first place. They ended up insulting a whole bunch of people by doing it so poorly. However, that said, they did a really good job in the plot, like in the actual story writing. They did a really good job of portraying how high school kids act, warts and all, right? Like, the characters aren't good or moral paragons, except for, like, what you must do as the main character. Well, that's... I think part of it, right, Gelton, is from the perspective at that time, right? The US wouldn't have got a Persona game at all if there hadn't been some belief that the market would support it, right? We can say now from our ivory tower of the future, they should have translated it just so. They should have done it exactly like this. And at the time, largely in part as a result of working designs, there was a belief that certain types of video games with certain themes wouldn't sell well in the United States or North America or even in Europe. To a certain extent, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy, but to a certain extent, it was true, right? So, did they need to redesign the game? No. Did they need to cut content? Yes, they absolutely did, because they didn't have the resources to translate another 500 hours of game, right? They didn't have the resources to release Persona with all of its content. They cut out a large portion of the game because it was less work to do. So, like, from that perspective, did the executives in charge of greenlighting the project believe that it needed to be made more familiar to Americans in order to sell? Yes. Would the game have got greenlit for localization if not? It would not have gotten greenlit if it hadn't met the requirements of the executives at the time. So again, right? Like, it's a case of we can say safely from our ivory tower of the future and with perfect hindsight, not even perfect hindsight, but we can say, yes, it should have been this way. And yeah, like, in an ideal world, working designs never would have existed, right? In an ideal world, the gaming press in the United States wouldn't have been entirely racist. But that wasn't the case. And they made Persona the way that they could have done at the time, right? Like, we can say, yeah, they probably shouldn't have done that, and it would have been better if they did it differently. But also, they did it a specific way, and it's a different kind of erasure to go say, we should pretend like the original Revelations Persona doesn't exist because a re-release got made, and we should slavishly follow the Japanese release of the game because that's the only correct version, right? Two versions exist. They're different games, they're different SKUs, and they have different places in history and in gaming, right? They have to be evaluated as separate works. Right, exactly, Gino. Exactly. And again, right, like, to a certain extent, hello, Sparky Dragon. This is Shining in the Darkness on Sega Genesis. If you're ever curious in the future, I do try to keep, it might get cut off on some devices, but I try to keep the game title over here in the corner so you can have it at a quick look. See, here's the thing, Ralph. The Japanese version is better if you speak Japanese and understand Japanese cultural norms at the time in 1996 or whenever, right? Absolutely. I totally agree with that. But I don't, and I didn't, and I still don't, right? And so, from a U.S. English speaker's perspective, I can't tell you if a game that more accurately reproduces a Japanese high school is a better game for me, even if the translation is more accurate. I can't make that evaluation because I simply don't know, right? Damn it. It's like people will go on and on and on about how Final Fantasy IV is so much better than Final Fantasy II, and that like nobody should play Final Fantasy II, and that it should be erased from history, basically. And well, the problem is that like Final Fantasy II was the only Final Fantasy II we had for what, like 20 years? That's all anybody was able to play in English. And so, like, it's kind of a weird situation to be like, hey, you should only refer to this game in a specific way. You should only approach this game in a specific way. And, like, that's kind of fucked up, right? Like, oh, this game was made easy for Western audiences, and it's the same as Final Fantasy IV Easy Type, but you should just play the fan translation of that. And, like, there's all kinds of wild fucking shit out there that just I do not fucking agree with, right? It's like, hey, if I want to play a game that I played, like, in the 90s, I want to play the actual game that I played in the 90s, not a version of it that's been rebalanced, as the PSP version has, modified mechanically, as the PSP version has, with non-trivial differences to its actual media, and with a completely different translation that may or may not be what I'm approaching the game for, right? Honestly, if we got Persona 1 accurately translated with like all the like Japanese tropes, like that kind of translation, I probably wouldn't have liked it. I probably wouldn't have played it. Because I would have been like, what the fuck is this game going on about? Right? And yeah, that's a distance of like, I don't have any kind of reference to the game. Holy shit. I don't have any reference to the game's content. I can't identify with it. So like, I might not have found a good game to play in that case. And, like, again, right, like, hey, Joe Ski Rock, how's it going? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think there's absolutely, like, there's great reasons for and against both sides of that argument, right, Dino? Like, To me, there's two bad kinds of translation, right? On the one hand, keikaku means plan. On the other hand, don't you know you're Carl Sagan? Right? And in taking that into consideration, right, I will respect, it might not always be the right choice, but in all cases but one, I will respect the choices that a company makes in publishing their own game in a different market with changes to it. This is the game that company wanted to produce for this market. This is the game that was published for me, right? And people can argue, oh, this version or that version's better because blah, 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 right? And it's like, I didn't get that version.
Followed. What could they want from me?
Barky Dragon, thank you for the follow. Right? And the reason why, here's the thing, right? The reason why I make the one exception that I do is because we have documentation up and down that Victor Ireland was a shitty bastard who was racist against Japanese people and thought their writing was bad, and that he was improving it by changing it without telling them. But that's it, right? If there's other cases of Western publishers licensing games from different Japanese developers and doing the same sort of thing on purpose with that intent, I'll add to my list, of course. But in a general sense, like, if Atlus published a game in Japan and Atlus published a game in the US, and Atlus in the US wanted to change the game to be different, then that's Atlus's business. I'm going to look at the game they gave me and decide whether it's good or not based on those merits. If the Japanese version is different, I'll play the Japanese version when I can speak Japanese. But until then, like, I got what they wanted to give me, right? And I can judge it based on that. That's my take, is that, like, wait, these guys are really bad. Get rid of Mandrake. They steal MP. MP is my staying in the dungeon limit. Those guys also do a lot of damage. But that's also why, like, I make it a habit on my channel here not to play fan translations with a specific set of exceptions, right? I'll play fan translations from people who I know. Like, if the work was done by someone who I know by reputation or who I know personally and trust to do the correct, like, the right kind of... Cone. Oh, look at the sausage cone. Excellent work. Testing how this works. Thank you for the 80 bits. Someone I know is going to do the kind of translation that I look for, right? Someone whose work I respect. Wait, Blaze doesn't work on these dudes. I'm just gonna get rid of as many of them as we can. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking of it too, Dana. I'm always on the side of more game. But also, like, I've talked about this before, the idea of, like, a game database, etc. That can't be right. And necessarily, I personally must kind of maintain the idea that, like, Revelations Persona is a different game than Shin Megami Tensei Persona or whatever it's called in Japan, right? Two different games. Two different SKUs. They're part of the same series. But different games. And one got released in the US and the other didn't. Megami Minroku. Yeah, there you go. Why did I write that there? That's not what's there. Dickhead summoner. You know what's funny? Oh man. Maybe it's cheese time. You know what's funny? Of my game collection over there that you can't see because it's off camera. I can tilt camera. Of my like game collection over there, Persona probably accounts for like more than a third of its monetary value in total. Where am I? Here? Oops, I should have done something different. I screwed up. And now I pay the price. Yeah, Dino, that's a... Yeah, that's a good point, Zalathar. It... Like... Right? My approach, I think, is like the many worlds hypothesis. In that, and this is very specific, all of the versions of a game exist. And from my perspective, I will say I enjoyed playing this version of the game. I try to avoid saying, don't play this version of the game because it's bad, unless we're talking about, like, inter-platform ports. Then I will say, don't play the Zeddy version, it's bad. But, in terms of linguistic translation, it's like, hey, whatever you're interested in playing, whatever you want to play, you're playing a fan translation? Awesome. I might say, hey, watch out later in this game, this is the Working Designs version, watch out later in this game, there's some racist shit. Right? But I won't be like, you shouldn't enjoy this because it's the version, it's different than my version of the game. Yeah, and like, in a couple of cases, I'll be like, hey, maybe don't play the Wild Bill version of this game because it's, you know, Wild Bill is a notoriously wild racist. But other than that, it's like, hey, you like the US version? That's cool. Oh, I didn't know they released a fan translation for this version of that game. Awesome. How are you enjoying it? Right? But that's it, right? That's the key differentiator for me, is that I try to avoid prescriptive version preference, right? Because it touches on another subject that I find, like, this subject I'm fine. Like, I'm not mad or anything, right? I'm not pissed off. This is just discussion. Although my voice probably makes me sound mad all the time. Oh, thank you, Sparky Dragon. It does touch on a subject that does actually irritate me, which is like, hey, Zophar, how's it going? The case where people invent misinformation about games and use that as a suggestion that you should play other versions of games because the misinformation is fixed, right? Like, hey, Zophar's here. What luck. We can talk about Castlevania 2 and how the English version of Castlevania 2 is actually it's got pretty good parity with the Japanese version in terms of what hints are there, what hints aren't there, and there's only like one or two instances. Thank you, Yes Hoppy, for the 71 bits. There's only a couple of instances where, like, hey, there was a hint here in the Japanese version, and it's not there in the English version, or the way that it was translated in the English version is less good. There's like two instances of that. But people are like, oh, you should play the retranslation, which, like, the authors of the retranslation of Castlevania 2 literally said, we added a bunch of quality of life stuff to this game to try to improve it because we thought that the original game in Japanese was deficient, so we decided to change it and add things that weren't there in the original Japanese game. And people point to that and go, it's more like the Japanese version, it's better. And it's like, that's literally misinformation, right? I will push back against that kind of stuff all fucking day long, because it's like, no, it's fine if you like a game that was remade with an easy mode to appeal to modern audiences, that's fine. But don't say that that's what's in the Japanese version, because it simply is not true. Right? I love that Zophar is continuing the Sega CD soundtrack bit after having admitted, he's like, I get it. It's not great for the dungeon. And then right back to the bit. The commit impresses me. All right, have a good dinner, Zophar. Zophar is going to get... Hey, Gog Zero. Zophar is going to get himself a Philly cheesesteak sandwich with peppers and onions and mushrooms and cheddar cheese. Oh, Blaze 4, blaze it. Oh.
Falafel potatoes.
Is that just like... Is that like potatoes tossed in falafel seasoning? What's this? Yeah, Dana. Breath of Fire 2 is one of the reasons why, like... Breath of Fire 2 is one of the reasons why I have the stance that I do on not being prescriptivist to a game that someone is otherwise enjoying, right? That it's like, hey, you're playing a fan translation? Awesome. I hope you enjoy it. Right? Now, I can't say that I'm always successful at that. Sometimes I get riled up and I'm like, man, but look at it. It's, right? I can't say that I'm always successful. However, my ideal is to not be prescriptivist about which version people should play, or to say, you should play this version because X version is bad. that's something that I try to avoid because like I've had a really bad experience with people being prescriptivist to the point of it of my stopping playing a game because of it. Like when a dozen people come into a stream to tell you that the game is badly translated and you should play a fan translation instead, like a dozen people in one stream means I'm going to stop playing that fucking game because all I'm going to be doing is arguing with people about how they're fucking morons for suggesting that I play something different than what I'm enjoying, right? And it gets really tiring. So the thing is, right, with Breath of Fire 2, Bone Masher, I was like, okay, so people are saying this game is poorly translated. I'm going to go play it in Japanese, and I'm going to go play it in Japanese and see what's badly translated. I'm going to read it myself. It's going to take a long time because I'm going to have to look up a lot of words, and I was like, I'm gonna play through the intro sequence. I'm gonna see if any of this stuff that looks like it was messed up, like where you say like yes or no, and the game's asking you a question, and like it seems like the question that the game is asking you was translated wrong because like the people's reactions to your responses are weird. No, the game's just written that way. That's how the game is in Japanese. Like, that's it. That's how it works. People just assumed it was bad translation because the game's written all fucked up. And, like, the game's writing being fucked up doesn't harm the quality and the enjoyment of the game. It doesn't matter. The fact that they chose to wrote tree pole and be used for fishing in the inventory, who fucking cares? You know what it says? If you're gonna get tripped up about enjoying a game because of be used for fishing, like, holy shit, quit video games forever. You know, if you're gonna be like, oh, I got the sword. Literally just...
Cherry sausages.
Oh, enjoy your cherry sausages, Night Sprites. That could be, you know, not bad. Right? Like... And this happens... This happens a bunch with, Oh, look at that dragon. Alright, we got him. Yeah, didn't he make a milk sausage? We saw a milk sausage come up recently. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, this game is bad because it has the funny words in it. It's like, how do I put, fuck. Okay, slow him down. It's good because Pyra has high defense. Boost Milo. Yeah, meat milk. This is a very difficult thing to, like, express properly, I guess. So, when I play games from, like, amateur developers, or, like, when the developer was, like, a teenager or something like that.
Breakfast nachos.
Oh, brilliant. Wait, there's a word for that. What's the word for breakfast nachos? Where you have like corn chips and eggs and whatever. Anyway. Like if I'm playing a game that was developed by somebody who was a teenager, I'm gonna laugh when there's misspelled words and stuff. And it's not like, it's not like chilaquiles. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. It's not that I'm like laughing at the developer for having made a spelling mistake or something. It's a genuine, like, I find it extremely charming because it's stuff that, like...
Pancakes, pie.
Okay. I can see how that would work, but you'd need to, like... You'd need to butter and syrup it, right? Where it's just pour a bunch of pancake batter into a pie shell and then bake it on probably higher heat than you usually would, so it puffs up. Brilliant. I see myself in that position of creating something imperfect and laughing at it later, right? Of I can see myself in that developer's situation, and I can be like, it's funny that it's like that it says rouge, or that, you know, it's that there's like misspellings, and it's very endearing to me. It's not a malicious laughing at someone, right? It's me laughing with my imaginary self in their shoes kind of thing. So it's tough, right? Like, on the other hand, Top Boss, thank you for the 80 bits. On the other hand...
Roast turkey sausages.
Oh, those are probably pretty good. On the other hand... Right? There are translations that are bad, right? Star Ocean: The Second Story on PlayStation has a bad translation. I'll say that, right? Why is the translation bad? Because of the crest? Fill the pie shell. Oh, that might be good. Yeah, like... Yeah. That could be good.
Egg cake.
I think someone overcooked the egg cake. Thank you, Top Boss. Yeah, that's the other thing, Masumi, right? Star Ocean 2 is kind of... Star Ocean 2 is a bad translation of a story that was kind of shitty and boring to begin with. And so it's like... Okay, it was poorly written at first. And then they translated it, like... Not verbatim, but, like... They translated all the kind of idioms of, like... of, like... Like, where it's the Three Stooges routine, right? Hey, did you get the tools? Which tools? The tools. Which tools? The tools from the truck. Ah, the tools from the truck. Wait, which tools? The tools that were in the truck. The truck. Yes, the truck. Our truck. Right? Oh god, Cyberpunk 2077's story is a fucking it's a Drizzt story, and I hate it. And like that everyone's gone around praising Cyberpunk and how great it is now is like, you fucking morons.
Birthday smoothie.
sitting punk. That's true. Here's the thing, right? Cyberpunk is a game that has fun stuff in it. ATB Twin, thank you for the follow. Cyberpunk is a game that has fun stuff in it. Wait, what was the food? I missed it. It's a game that has fun stuff in it, like stacking 10 corpses on a truck and driving away, and the corpses stretch out onto the horizon, and then the truck flips over and launches into the air. That's the cool part of Cyberpunk. But when you get to the story of it, it's like, it's like a fucking, I hate it. That's the thing, right? Is that, like, it was just like some melon drink. It was like green with a pink thing on top. The thing about Cyberpunk is that people are circle jerking Cyberpunk like it's the best game ever made, and that the story is.
Ham covered in mayonnaise.
Oh man, who's gonna eat that for dinner? That the story is like this revelation and so amazing, and it's like, I think that GMT applies, Ragadom. Missing a section here. I like that there's significant collision with that term. It protects it. It puts the user at risk. By overusing its short form. Which is very much in line with the theory itself. But also, like, I think I mentioned this before, right? According to what I wrote about it when I mentioned it to someone else in a DM, I haven't dug up my original research and the actual original numbers again, so I might be off here, but it's more libertarian fantasy wank, Atomic. Yeah. So, anyway. You know what is bizarre, like, dystopian shit? Okay. Hold on. So, from what I calculated when I did this calculation, again, I don't have the source numbers, so take this with a grain of salt. 80% 80% of the budget on Cyberpunk was spent on marketing. 80%. 80%. 80% of its budget was spent on marketing. Between the game and the DLC. 80% on marketing. I don't think it's a mistake. I don't think it's unusual that people are now proclaiming it to be the biggest turnaround of any game. No, Shadrock. 80% on marketing. Costs to Keanu are included in the development budget. This is why I'm saying take it with a grain of salt and, like, maybe look up the numbers yourself. But so recently everybody's been proclaiming how Cyberpunk made, like, the biggest turnaround of any game, right? How Cyberpunk is this amazing turnaround, the greatest rags to riches success story in all of video games, and how they were so dedicated at bringing the game up to the quality level they promised at launch, and how amazing this turnaround of the game is. They do that for No Man's Sky too, which is the same fucking thing. However, lately articles have been jerking off Cyberpunk about how great it is now. And then you look at the 80% marketing spend, and you look at how last year this happened, and everybody got fucking up in arms about how stupid it was. Where did those people's brains go? Where's everybody's brains gone since then? That was last year. Like, how? How did that... Bah! Like, and that's exactly it, Atomic. They spent 80% of their budget in total on marketing, and their marketing was apparently just paying a bunch of people to continuously post how great the fucking the turnaround was in the last year. I guess. I don't fucking know. There's a thing there. It's just going to be a gold fountain. Something's off with the map. Is it all my shitty lines that go outside the thing? Oh. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there was stuff. Oh, these guys suck. I wouldn't be surprised if there was stuff off with the map. Right. But I've made a lot of mistakes in the mapping on this game. For whatever reason. Okay, now we know how to get directly here more easily. easily. Oops. Me too, Dino. Me too. Wait, shit. How do I do this? This way. You know what? Right? What I should do is I should go post this map online and be like, here's the real hand-drawn map. You can trust that it's 100% accurate and mislead people. Like I was misled in Renegade. 1, 2. Get freezed. Sorry about the flashing. I wish I had remembered to do an anti-flash patch when I started this. It's one of the few things, like, I don't typically play ROM hacks as a serious thing. I don't typically play ROM hacks as a serious thing, with one exception, which is anti-flash hacks that only change the anti-flash behavior. Phantasy Star 2 has a good one. I think this game has a good one. A lot of Genesis games that flash the background color have that. Oh no. These suck. Might be time to go back to town. I mean, have you watched the original Porygon sequence, Caligula? The way you phrase it makes me think you haven't. Like, that there wasn't a stronger reaction to that actually kind of belies how careless people were at the time. Like, it's full red, full blue flashing every frame. I'm fortunate that I don't have any photosensitivity. And that shit fucking hurts. That shit hurts to look at. It's actually physically uncomfortable. I think that people were simply careless before because they didn't consider that people might be photosensitive. And when a bunch of undiagnosed people exhibited photosensitivity, Yep. Yep, exactly. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I guess we'll find out what happens. Not yet. Oh, did it just unequip her? Maybe? Yeah, just unequip her. That's fine. Kreegath, to answer your question, it depends. It depends. There are a lot of factors involved that could make it worse one way or another. Voight, thank you for the follow. Because of, like, brightness intensity, but also persistence of light. Right? So, like, it could make the alternating less intense if the TV had slow response phosphors, but the additional brightness of it could make it more, could make it more intense. Yeah, like I say, I'm very fortunate that I don't have photosensitivity issues, but it's still extremely unpleasant to, like, it's still extremely unpleasant to experience certain patterns, right? And, like, a big part of that is in the past, people were callous and careless, and they didn't care because they were assholes, right? They didn't care because societally we were worse off than we are today. So, yeah, it's that that kind of flashing is, it's not people got too sensitive. It's people realized that it was a super bad thing. Ha! Oh no. Athena's about to be played. Also, wait, Ragadum. Hold on, Ragadum. Did you say you were streaming old arcade games? How do I not know that you streamed? Okay. I misinterpreted. I was gonna be like, shit, I gotta start shouting you out. There's this thing that happens, right? I'm certain there's a bunch of people who stream here who are, like, valuable members of the community, and I don't shout them out because I simply don't actually know that they stream because they hardly ever mention it. Like, oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, no Roo, how's it going? I wish there was a way. Yeah. Honest opinion on something you made. I'm not certain what I'm looking at, is my honest opinion. I see exit and like a lightning bolt. I have a question though. Is the thing in the top left that grows in size meant to be like a mouse cursor? My advice is to put the tail of it down and to the right and slightly slimmer. Because otherwise it might get misconstrued as looking like something else. But you generally want this shape of like cursor and the tail being down and right as a visual cue. I get it now. I get it. I think probably like it's kind of hard to read, but I think like if I'm guessing correctly, the goal is kind of like the Windows error kind of thing, right? Where am I? Here? Like, Yeah. So what I would do is... There's a couple of things I would do a little differently, if you don't mind my feedback. Grab the red and white circle X. So like, here's what I would do. Let me find a piece of paper. Here's a piece of paper. So I would do like, get as clear an image of like, you want to like, because what I think you're representing is like game icon on the desktop, right? So you have, I don't know what you would put here inside what's the game icon, but you want a very clear, like, you want to clarify these elements so it's like, this is clearly a game icon on the desktop. You might want to use a dashed outline here, like old Windows Select, which is the dash outline around a selected icon. Yeah, and so like maybe the CD emoji would be good here. Put the CD emoji here and put game, right? So it's very clear. This is a game. And then I think your like click action there is quite good. That part is that's the part that clarified the cursor thing to me. And secondly, what I would do is try to get, for the secondary part, I think you can drop the cursor entirely from the image to clean it up and make it clearer. And you can do like, there's some room for like interpretation here, but basically the Windows, the like old school Windows thing, this part blue, this part gray, and like the white and red X Windows icon in the middle of it, right? So it's like clearly like the error has occurred, and then do your lightning bolt. I would probably, for emote size purposes, I would probably use the like the cartoon lightning bolt thing and keep that up for a few more frames just to like indicate, you know, problem, you know, flash it a couple of times maybe. But you want to clarify the elements here that you're going for so that make this look like a Windows icon as much as you possibly can. Give it a title that clearly indicates its purpose, and give it a moment before you have the mouse, like maybe move the mouse on and then click, right? I think the click animation with the like, there's a word for those in those are specifically prohibited. Still, I don't know about animated images of butt cheeks because Twitch turned their emote guidelines into a labyrinth. But yeah, I would maybe like start with the game icon, move the cursor in from off screen, do the click thing, and then like lightning bolt, Windows error dialog box. And you want that, like, eliminate as many extra components from it as you can, so that the simplest elements of it are represented. So, for example, there's like you have like a multicolor background. I would use either the cornflower blue Windows 2000 background or the Windows 98 turquoise background color, because that immediately, as a computer user who plays Windows games, that immediately, I look at that and I'm like, okay, this is a Windows joke. All right, now I see the cursor. Okay, it's a game icon. Got it. All right, he's clicking. Lightning bolt, error message with a clear error symbol that I recognize from Windows. Awesome. And this is just me. I would personally just steal the actual elements from Windows itself. Like the cursor and the icon outline thing and the CD icon and stuff like that. That's how I would do it. And the error message and the colors and stuff like that. That's how I would do it, because it would, that way it's like, okay, much clearer representation. Getting stuff to read properly in 28 pixels is tough. Yeah, those are good because, like, yeah, oops. I can read oops right away. The power I can click on or I can mouse over and I can like read it easily. And then once it's back down to size, I know what it says. And it's like clearly a cup, so it's like, okay, got it. Oops, not that way. What was the thing? There was something I was trying to work on. I asked BNU for help because that's like entire skill set of BNU contains that stuff. I wanted to make some text work, and it was just like it wasn't working because like when you shrink it down to 28 pixels, it's either super blurry or like incomprehensible because you just don't have enough, like, you don't have enough pixels to work with to make it look good and read well. What was that? It was from some golf game. Oh, I should revisit that. I should figure out what that was and revisit it because there's Franker Faces Wide now. Yeah, a big part of emote design is like, let me see, what emote am I least happiest? What emote of mine am I least pleased with in terms of how it looks and reads? Probably like this one for its ambiguity, because like it's a really narrow reference that I think a lot of people won't get. And of course, where is he? This guy. I really... Okay. I really wish there was a more, like, automated way I could do this. I really want to have, like, a bit reward value that regenerates that regenerates the neural network generated emote. Food.
I think I'm being followed.
Whataburger, fancy ketchup. Follow. Question for Chad. Have you ever had plebeian ketchup? Have you ever had simple ketchup? I don't know that I ever have. I don't know what differs fancy ketchup from not fancy ketchup. It goes back there. Is it just more sugar? I would have assumed there was like spice mixtures and secret ingredients that go into it. 70 bits.
Chip
Oh,
boy.
boy.
Make it out fan with classic colors. 2. Make sure it's visible in a 28x28 resolution 3. Make sure it's a visible mode. To avoid forum trolling. 4. When you're talking to people in chat, be sure to demonstrate it. If it's dark in the room, it's not good. 5. No cape, no problem. 6.
No
Make sure
cape,
to be visible
no
in
problem.
the game. Dark in a chat room. 6. 7. No mode should be visible with your button.
Gold flake ketchup. What? What's this shit? I didn't know these guys could explode. What a jerk. Getting a little ridiculous. Yes, Soppy, thank you for the 71 bits.
Ice cream loaf.
That looks pretty good. Milo's dead. Hardly would call that victorious. Viennetta. Is that a thing? I don't know. Yes, Soppy.
Sausage jello.
Thank you for the 71 sausage jellos. Huh. Fancy ice cream. Should I add fancy to the food list? No, I can't because I'd have to remove with hands. I'd have to remove with hands because, like, fancy with hands. Deluxe. Hold on, let me look at the food 1 list. Let me look at food 1. Where is food 1? Yeah, okay, we can add deluxe to 2. We can add deluxe to 2. There's a lot of these that don't get hit very often. I can't remember the last time. I can't remember the last time. I can't remember the last time, I've seen Croquembouche come up. It's in there. I just haven't seen it come up. Viennetta. I need to look this up now. Oh, it's that thing. You haven't seen those in a long time, huh? Those are one of those things that I just kind of assumed still existed, but I guess they don't. At least not as much. Python random. random list dot. Is it list dot random? List dot random select? I forget the name of the function, but there's a built-in function in Python to return a random element of a list. And that's what it uses. Boing. Doot doot. Doot doot doot. Doot 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 doot. Oh right, I need to fix this map. I got distracted. Sure hope I get the freaking... Sure hope I get the friggin' amulet soon. You know what I learned today? Well, yesterday, I guess. That I was kind of... Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. DaVinci Resolve is an excellent free program. But it does kind of irritate me that you can't use GPU encoding on it. You can't use GPU encoding on it in the free version. These guys kind of look like they have a excited little ghost face on top of their regular face. You see what I'm talking about? This little guy here, it's like the whale in Bubble Bobble. Well, you see, Cryseries, you see, I would run a Linux encoder on this guy, except that's also a paid feature. Multi-CPU and remote encoding are paid features as well. Which, I get it, right? I get it. I don't disagree with it. Also, uh-oh. This isn't good. This is a game over. Just run. Oh, I can't do anything because Pyra Whip. I don't disagree with it. It's just a case of like, man, I don't want to spend like $600 on video editing software right now, specifically. I forgot what a pain in the ass brick eyes are. I forgot they paralyze. And, like, the other thing is that it's like, I don't know if I would have to buy, like, multiple licenses of it to do the network encoding. And, like, I'm almost certain that if Premiere supports something like that, that I would need to have multiple licenses to do network encoding. So, and those licenses are non-permanent. So, fuck if I know. I do want to do more video stuff. It is annoying to have to wait 6 hours to have a video render, but I also I could just bite the bullet and get the best upgrade to this PC that I could get now, because video rendering is massively parallel, right? At least per CPU. Don't require a paid license. Shared library features. Is that something where I could, like... Is that something where I could do all the edits on my desktop and then fire off a render job and this computer picks it up and renders it? And my desktop PC isn't even in the render pool at all? Because that's what I want, but I was under the impression that doing that, setting up a distributed render pool, was a paid feature. But maybe I was reading the wrong thing. Because I've got... The problem, of course, is that the editing itself takes, like, a whole week of off-stream work time to do per video. And, like, I'm still not done. I still have a bunch of other stuff to do. Oh, yeah, that wouldn't work for me because this is not a UI system. Haha. So do those fungoids, if you know what I mean. Good luck shopping. We're all counting on you. Beep, 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 beep. Excellent work. Hey, Hector, how's it going? You know, I always called that dude Sandman when I was a kid, because it looked like he was made out of big, like, lumps of sand. It's mostly the way it looks in the, like, when the blocks are flying in. Also, don't put yellow, lumpy, kind of weirdly fluid, Mega Man into Bing. Yeah, I want to have a render pool that I can send jobs off to that has only one PC in it. So I can be like, hey, I'm done editing, render, close resolve, and get the fuck out of there. You know, I want to have my media pool in one spot. I want to have my render pool in another spot, and just not have to deal with it. But that is a professional workflow and a professional feature, and I understand why. I just wish I was making enough money to justify doing it the right way. Is basically it. These guys suck, but not as much as the demi-whites suck. I really wish I could figure out a way to mount my graphics card in one of these cases. There isn't, like, a better video editing software, is there? Man, I hate Chromeball. It uses up all my resources. Oh, that's a link to the post. Huh! If you right-click on the image, there should be a copy link on a per image basis. Right-click on the thing, copy link. Huh. I saw that. I just saw that. I don't think you caught it when you were leaving. When I was offering up some bait. Oh, you did. Good. Good. It looks delicious. It looks delicious. I think I have a, like... I think I bought a, like, Humble bundle that included a Vegas license, like 100 million years ago. But, like, is Vegas actually good? Another one. Ha 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 ha! Damn! Got him! I think he, like, folds his head inside. It's kind of like a snail or something. Like, here's my problem, right? Here's my issue. It's that having used Premiere and After Effects and Resolve and Avid and Vegas, not a single one of them didn't absolutely suck to use the entire time I was using it. And, like, require dozens of hours of, like... I want to say remedial? Okay, I have a question about Lossless Cut. 90% of what I do involves taking a large file and producing many small files out of it. Can it do that efficiently? And when I say a large file, I mean like an 8-hour-long video file. Not having to re-encode would be a boon. It wouldn't save me the worst part of it, though, which is the actual editing. And, like, on an 8-hour video... Here's the problem. on an 8-hour video, Resolve snaps to edits 30 minutes apart when you try to, like, scrub the timeline. So you're like, okay, I want to see, like, 5 minutes ahead of this where the next game comes up in the list. And instead you get 30 minutes ahead because that's the, like, grid snap range for the scrub head. Like, playhead, that's the word. So it's like, okay, I've got to just, like, mouse wheel scroll until I get to the part that I want to see because I can't see it here. So many encounters I forgot where I was. But, like, I know Lossless Cut can do one thing that... I know Lossless Cut can do one desirable thing that I want. Which is... not having to re-encode. Oh, and it can't cut outside of the keyframe intervals, can it? Shit, did they just, like... Yeah, okay. It's not fit to purpose then. Not for what I'm doing. Because, like, a good start for me might not be within a 2 to 4 second range. So, like, we gotta do this. It's mostly the case of, like, I don't want to start a YouTube video about a game on a half word. You know, like, bleh, I'm already cutting enough corners. Cutting it out of VODs instead of doing explicit videos for it, but... Yeah, 2 seconds between words. I mean, sometimes. "21 East." Well, the problem is, right?
Eating.
That's not up, that's down. Ha! Very good. Thank you for the 68 foods, Noman. The problem is... The problem is that it needs to be aligned to a 2-second boundary, right? I would hang on each of the screens a little bit longer. Adjust the timing. Like, same frames, just slow it down by like half. You should be able to adjust the frame timing so that it's not like you can with the GIF format, you can set the time that each frame plays. So you can do like 1 frame for half a second and then play 3 frames at some normal speed, then wait another half a second. You should be able to do that on a per frame basis. So you just need to set the important frames to show for longer. So set the setup one. Yeah. Like, where is it? I don't have one right now. Yeah, so you can slow it down. And you want to slow it down like opening frame, Yeah, if you're hitting the frame quantity limit, you need to do it via slowing the frames down by displaying the frames for longer. But you want to like pause on the opening, or you just slow the whole thing down by like half and see how it reads. But one of the things that I would do to like oh shit, they're doing an eerie dance. One of the things I would do is set it to 28 by 28 pixels. Put it on a screen relatively with like a relatively large amount of open space around it, but at 1:1 zoom, at 100% zoom, playing normally. Close your eyes. Turn away from it, open your eyes without looking at it, and then look back and see if you identify what's going on in it from a naive perspective of like, I don't know what this might be. What does it look like to me now? Kind of thing. There's still some, like the game emote. I don't like the way this looks in anything but the 28 pixel one. But like, I've tried 5 or 6 times to size up the font for the high resolution one, and I cannot get it to work. I can't get it to look Tommy Hawk. I like cannot get it to look good. Or I should say satisfactory. Uh-oh. This is bad. The enemy. Right? Yeah, it looks good on a 640 by 480 screen. Get him. Get him. Get him. This level's too hard. Okay, we're getting a lot of experience now, though, at least. Yeah, there you go. Still a bit... It's still like... You still have to, like, process it, but it gets your message across, and it definitely reads much, much better that way. To me, at least. It just goes up straight, right? Yeah, no problem. Like I said, yeah, I agree with Ragadon there. Make the application icon a bit larger. Maybe like the top left, about a third of the image size, top left. Healer fruit. This is like, hey, remember you can bring consumables into the dungeon? Yeah, also a good idea. It's all good advice, but yeah, it does take time to... It's worth noting down, like, noting down some of this stuff. And again, even good advice might run counter to something that you have in mind specifically. So it might be, it might be valuable to take all the suggestions and the notes down, and then look back over the list and be like, I think I'd like to do that one. I want to do that one. I think I should do this, and like kind of pick and choose. Some stuff might not resonate with you, but it might give you ideas to do something else that makes it that accomplishes your goal better. I screwed this up. I screwed all of this up. Folks, if you're going to make maps on the graph paper, I recommend getting a really good quality eraser. Upload log from Blammo. Not until... I'll only start shading the maps once they're done because of this. Oh, God. Yeah, Cray series. Hi, I'm wondering how to solve this problem with my Windows installation. Just use Linux! Or even better. Even better. Hi, I'm trying to solve this boot problem. I'm trying to solve this boot problem on Ubuntu long-term server 2402. Well, Arch doesn't have that problem. Yeah, one of the problems with that, though, and I think Cryseries cleared this up a little bit, is like, yeah. Is when you've already assessed the problem and like you're like, okay, I know that this isn't a solution. One of the times, like, what was it? I was doing something, and I was like, I want to know about this thing. And they were like, did you try this? And I was like, I literally, like, in my opening statement, I explained exactly why the thing that you're suggesting is not a viable solution. That is not what I'm looking for. Could you please read my initial description of the problem and what I'm looking for and take that into consideration when you offer me a solution? And they literally, this was dealing with a company, they literally repeated the same thing that they had asked me. They repeated the same thing that I told them was not appropriate. And I was like, look, I understand you might not be equipped to handle this problem. And if that's the case, let's escalate it to someone who is, because I don't want to waste both of our time. I don't think you're doing a bad job by following your script, but it's clear that your script is not appropriate, so let's move on. And what's funny is sometimes, right? Sometimes when you make that proposition, sometimes people who are like level 1 CSRs cop an attitude. They get so protective of this tiny little bit of power that they have that they're going to be the end of the line for your issue. They will not escalate. They will not solve your problem. They're just going to waste your time and fuck with you. And it's such a problem. It's such a problem. Hello, Astro Vortex. How's it going? You know what's weird is the, like, 90% of the time doing B2B stuff, it's fine. Because you can just be like, hey, we're on this contract. Get us to our guy. And they're like, all right, good, you got it. Jeez. Well, no, so the thing is, Kriegath, is like... The thing is that, like, most of the time you go, look... Hey, Mavoltage, welcome. Most of the time you go, look... I'm already deep into troubleshooting this issue. I already gave you, like, the full outline of the solution, and they'll just ignore it, and you go, look, I've already included all of that information in my initial message. Can you please assess that and offer valid responses? And they basically just go, like, whoa, did you try a thing that's not appropriate that I suggested 2 minutes ago that you said isn't appropriate? They'll literally just repeat themselves, and it's like, okay, look, understand, you're not in the right position for this issue. Can we escalate? And once they cop an attitude and they're like, no, you're going to have to go through me first, right? My go-to here is, like, look, I'm sorry, but you're being uncooperative. You're not helping me solve my problem. I'm going to have to issue a complaint against you. Let me speak to your supervisor, right? And because the first thing I do when I talk to anyone, anywhere, is, hi. Oh, hey, thanks. Thanks for helping me with my solution today. What's your name? Okay, great. Do you have an unambiguous identification number that I can use to keep track of this chat in case we get disconnected? So by the time it gets escalated, I call back and I'm like, listen, I need to speak to a supervisor because I had a problem with the previous person. Yeah, right. Exactly, Jubo. It's also, like, I'll be 100% honest, it's a dickhead power move because you're going... The first thing you're saying to people is, I want to be able to unambiguously identify who you are in case I have to call back and figure out what's going on, right? If you cause a problem, I know who you are in a meaningful manner that I can communicate to anyone at your organization. And it sets the tone. It's a dickhead move. Like, honestly, like I'm an asshole to deal with. If you have to deal with me when there's a problem, no good. I'm not the friendly, lovable guy that you know from stream. As if I'm friendly and lovable. Right, exactly. Exactly, Radon.
Tier 100 can't be dealing with him when there's a problem this bad. Boy howdy, just wait until you have to deal with him when you're in a problem.
Thanks, Keeper, thank you for the 100 bits. But that's the thing, right? Is that, like, I actually go out of my way to provide positive feedback to people that I speak to who actually try their best to help me, whether they do or not. If they're like, we can try to, we can try to do this, we can try to do that. Well, what about this? Okay, I see that you did this. Like, if they're actually doing their best to help me out, I always go back and submit positive feedback on phone surveys, email surveys, chat surveys, that kind of stuff, right? And it's one of those things where it's like, it's a dickhead power move to open with, like, hi, yeah, who am I speaking with? Okay, yeah, is there a way that I can identify which agent that I'm speaking with in case we get disconnected so we can get back to the thing and I don't have to start over with someone else, right? So it masks it, but it's still a dickhead power move on my part, and I know that. But also at the same time, like, it's one of those things which is like, my problem is that in addition to corporations being soulless fuckers, many of the people who work for corporations seize the opportunity of holding someone else's good time hostage and immediately take a power trip on that, right? There are many people in customer support who are shitty, petty, greedy people. In addition to being humans, not all humans at all times deserve sympathy and respect, right? That it's like, if your idea of a good time is preventing somebody from fixing their issue because they asked to escalate to a higher tier in support, if your idea of a good time is preventing them from solving that issue because you're offended that you didn't listen to them, like, I don't know what else to say, right? Exactly, Ragadon. That's exactly it. But to clarify, right, I never start off an interaction like pissed. I mean, sometimes I do when it's really egregious, but like, I don't start off being a dickhead to people in terms of like, I'm like, hey, can you help me out with this issue? Here's what's going on. Here's a fucking detailed explanation of what it is that I'm seeing, what is wrong with that, what I've tried, and what I need it to do, right? As concise as possible. And I'm like, hi, great, thanks for helping me. Great, yeah, let's go. Whee! And then when they're like, well, you need to do everything that I say, otherwise I'm not going to help you, then I'm like, okay. Nice mode off. Let's just get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible and see if you're the problem and how I can get rid of you out of my workflow anyway. Which sucks because, like, you know, sometimes petty, power-hungry morons get customer service jobs. And, like, you know, I don't want to harm anybody's livelihood, but right? I apologize in advance. But, Dark Max, don't talk about so far like that. Jeez. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Fuck! Right, like, I want to be clear, though. I want to be clear. I don't go out of my way to shit on people. I don't go out of my way to shit on people, but, like, man, sometimes people go out of their way to shit on me, and fuck that. I'm not gonna let that happen. Weird. You know what's an interesting thing like that? Space Mister. I have a story that relates to kind of a similar thing. At one point when I was working on one of the Resistance games, I put in a bug that when you started a new game and used a specific weapon, the game would crash every time. And they were like, that doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. And in my steps, I was like, boot the game up, go to the main menu, select new multiplayer game, select start server, like load in, select this weapon, and then press the fire button and the game crashes, right? That was in my steps for it. And then, like, they're like, we can't reproduce this. They sent the bug back 3 times. Can't reproduce. So I was like, all right, look. Do you want me to come over to your desk and reproduce this at your desk? Do you want me to look at what you're doing and see how it's different? Why you can't reproduce it? Are you on a different build? Are you all these different things? And so I go over to the engineer's desk, and he's like, okay, so I load the game up into this level, and I'm like, no. Start at the main menu. Load to the main menu like a normal boot. Okay, now select these options like it says right here. Okay, now fire the weapon. Crash, right? And the reason was because they were using, like, launch parameters to launch directly into a multiplayer game on a specific level. So all of the initialization instructions were skipped. All the scale form loading was skipped. A whole bunch of stuff wasn't working. And I was like, look, I know you want to be efficient, but I at least make sure that I'm really clear about the stuff that I'm doing so that it's helpful to you. I'm doing extra work to give you helpful stuff so we don't have these problems where this is communicated. So, like, if you have any questions in future, please feel free to just message me, and I'll take a look at any bugs so you can get to it faster instead of having to wait a week of, like, shuffling tickets around. And, like, I was on really good terms with the engineers, so it was like, they were like, yeah, great, that's awesome, thank you, right? Good. What you should do is you should bind a button to reset in Monopoly. I'm sorry, Radon. Ah. But no, like, the whole thing with that particular bug was that like, The reason that it was causing a problem was because, like, the way that, shit. 7 east, 1 south. The reason it was causing a crash was because when the game started up and went to the main menu, Scaleform was loading a bunch of Flash assets and then never cleaning up after itself. So, like, so all this shit was just sticking around in memory, and then the weapons were trying to use the same memory at the same time, and it just killed it. You know about the thing in Might and Magic on the Genesis, right, Noman? Where if you hold A and view the first character and then press left a bunch, you can scroll through a bunch of active memory and take items out of it and trade gold out of it. And so you can get, like, plus 50 photon blades, like, right at the start of the game. That's good.
Welcome.
What just happened? Fractalmine Mike!
Teen have been happy than sending us.
Fractalmine Mike, thank you for the 1,500 bits plus 225 Twitch bonus bits. Holy shit, thank you so much. We got a hype train. Don't forget, folks, bonus food on the hype train. Hype train music on. We should start this over. I hope you're doing well, Fractalmine Mike. I hope you're having a good December. I've been catching a little bit of your streams. Yes! Yes, Zelen, thank you for all the food. Doing better. Excellent.
Seaweed chips with pure hydrogen process.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
Cheer 100.
X-Keeper, thank you for the 100 bits.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
Cheer 100.
Don't let BBH hear you say that. Thank you, Raggedon, for the 100 bits.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
Taters Games, thank you for the 100 bits. Shade, thank you for the 25, 50, 75 foods. Whoa. Jade, thank you for the big feast. If you want it more efficiently, it does go up to 69 for food now. I expanded it. Food expansion. Forceps. Oh, what have you found, Chubo? Severb! Thank you for the 300 bits. Plus 30. Did I see the poo train? Yes, yes I did. Double A Ken, thank you for the 500 bits. Plus 50.
To train you for the fight of your life.
That's up to level 3. We're in level 3 now. It should be even more food. I can't see. Yeah, that's 4 foods.
300 on. And gonna give you 300 hits on just till. 500. And we'll wait under the 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go
Taters Games for the 100 bits. Also, automatic chaos mode on hype trains is possible now and active. X, thank you so much, everybody. Holy crap. All right. 9 south. Hold on. I got things to do. I got things to do. Look at all these wonderful streamers in chat. I am blessed by a tremendous community of excellent entertainers and gamers. This is shouty. It's still... The term shouty still amuses me. That's like 100% a like Australian or British slang. Noman, thank you for the 345 bits. Jade, thank you for the 69 foods.
Stop eating!
And the 31 foods. Gotta achieve balance. Taters Games, thank you for the 300 bits. Oh. Uh-oh. Ah!
You're 300 red. That's just titillating well. That's just titillating well. That's just titillating well. That's just titillating well. That's just titillating well.
Fractal Mind Mike, thank you for the 30 bits.
That's just titillating well. 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 That's
just titillating well. Policy, thank you for the 69 bits.
That's just titillating.
Chubo, did I show you the thing that I had the AI do recently? Hype Train, complete success, 4,439 bits. Holy crap. All the emotes. Thanks to that incredible bug, I have all the emotes. Folks, if you stream... Speaking of streamers, hold on.
Free abdelten alfien freelister primari. Wardonian fabusha in 19-year-olds affectus in melee.
Underscore.
Underscore. Trent I've seen against feeling against Federal Crossybird.
I missed the underscore.
Ruadlunds business name is mensuation desali desalising. Balang. Mama Vista. Drazi Elris.
Balang.
Some bigger eyes Monkyrus. Rastising sing first. Snooze until 11 gentos.
Balang.
I nest the free skiers, sis. Gayer ditches a meantime that Dorjang meowta me katalet. Dolly trying tunksi van Wilam to come on Senate. That sounds Ludus is lost in foot to Lorida.
So if you're a streamer and a hype train has just finished in your chat and someone in your chat cheers a small amount of bits, you receive an additional emote as the streamer. Hello, Taui. Speaking of excellent streamers, shout out. So, that bug has been there for a long time. There just haven't been any meaningful hype train emotes to get out of it. So, it didn't matter. But now, it matters. So, up to the number of eligible, earnable... Sever, thank you for gifting us sub to Taoist. Enjoy ad-free viewing and emotes and increased point gain speeds and Discord channel. So, not today. Not today.
Fantasy RPG inventory items, rope and hooks, brass lamp, 10 rations, short sword, leather armor mail, pouch of soul, quiver of arrows, knife, mithril axe, berserker ring,
mithril,
10 hempen rope, 2 copper long swords, wooden shield / palm leaf drumstick, parchment of random items, 10 copper coins, 3 sets of charcoal, compass, 10 copper bars, inkwell, bowl of bread, brass dagger, silk roll, wood pile, bedroll key, A equals light, B equals rich, C equals poor. I would also include the basic characters from the game. There's another guide out there that includes those in some of their gear. Fear feel free to look at it, or if you're hungry for more, this one includes a good chunk of the background players are going to be playing. Before I go over the different
Very
character
good.
types, I want to know what features they have over each other, and then go over a little bit about what keys are required.
So, basically, if more cheers come in after the hype train has finished, you, the streamer, continue to get emotes for every event after the hype train has concluded. So, like, if it's a level 3 hype train, there's 15 emotes you could get. So if somebody individually cheers 15 bits, you'll get 15 emotes out of it. 14 bits even, because you get one for the hype train finisher. And if it's level 5 or above that's been completed, as long as there's 25 events in the, like, 30 seconds that the hype train event counter is still visible, you'll end up getting all of them. I have all of them already. It's just they're hard to find and pick out of the list. Here? The only thing is, you can't do it for yourself because you can't cheer bits in your own channel. I guess you could gift subs in your own channel after the thing finishes. We're going to be exiting soon anyway. We need to reserve 9. Okay. Hell Knight. Also a game also a game on PlayStation 1. Okay. Try it just for laughs. Those guys are chumps. They just do a lot of damage. Battle Oaks. Red. Clearly not. Those are serpent men. Clearly they would never show a bare-chested woman in a video game in the 1990s. Oh, I got you. I got you. Yes, those are absolutely aliens with tits. So we're on line with this. S or ES if the last number printed wasn't 1. Oh, yeah. I gotcha. 1 points. We can find out. It's certainly possible to get to 1. I don't remember how, but you certainly can. You can't get to 0, though. 0 and 31 are off limits. Do we have to do it at any point? Remind me when I get to this part of this map. Good morning! How much money do I have? Let's get Milo. Magic mail. Good. I should get Dad a... different shield until we get the light stuff. Magic shield? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that'll get him up to 151 armor at least. 15 attack lost, that's fine. Cell, Bladu, Monogatari. Oh, Alf. No problem. Snoopy? Oh, look at that, Snoopy. Yeah. I was just looking again. Okay, hold on. I need to take a quick break. Chat, would you like to see seasonal horrors or generic horrors while I take a break? Please answer in the chat. Seasonal or general? Seasonal wins again. All right, I'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Have you been enjoying the seasonal horrors? Have you been enjoying roasting chestnuts on an open fire, spiral sliced ham, and a one-horse open sleigh? I hope so. I hope you've been enjoying it. Okay. Back to the game. Back to the game. I already saved it, right? So, chat, have I told you about my theory of dungeon crawlers and, like, grinding? That there's, like, a lot of dungeon crawlers seem like you need to go out of your way to explicitly grind to survive an area or to, like, advance. But I feel like part of the design, part of the core element of the design is the idea that you, like, you go into the dungeon as far as you can, either with enough resources to make it back to the surface, or with a spell that gets you back instantly. And when you run out of resources, you go back, but along the way, you're making a map and you're exploring and you're doing all the stuff along the way. And you might make multiple trips in, but you very infrequently need to, like, it's infrequent that you need to, like, sit in one place and just kill monsters for the purpose of gaining power. I think that makes a huge difference in my approach to dungeon crawlers in general. But, like, if it is necessary for you to explore them, you'll end up gaining more power along the way through the act of exploration than you might. I wonder, how does... If Pyra's awake, getting put to sleep resets the whip state. Interesting. Uh-oh. I wonder. Has any game explicitly stated that part of its design? Has any game ever said, go into the dungeon, and then when you run out of resources, come back, and you'll be more powerful for next time you go in? Surely some game must have said that. I ignored it. Kid Duke certainly didn't listen. Etrian Odyssey. Etrian Odyssey is like very well regarded, right? Like Etrian Odyssey is a well regarded dungeon crawler. It's your boy Jay, hello! How are you? Hope you're well. Very rarely, but it happens. I get, El Mini Mage and Equestrian Odyssey confused. But like, El Mini Mage is like way more wizardry. Way more wizardry than Equestrian Odyssey. Hate these dudes. I want to see what Blast 4 looks like. Yeah, there you go. I remember that.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna
Cheer
go
100 you Audacity's nuts. Hog got M.
Oh, got M. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh boy.
Curry covered in mayonnaise.
Curry covered in mayonnaise. Mayo chicken. Marsala. I know, right? It's like, imagine if, okay, chat. This is bad. Here's the enemy. I want you to think about foods that traditionally incorporate butter.
Apple donut.
That seems pretty good. I don't know about that cheese in the middle, though. Think about foods that traditionally incorporate butter into the name or the recipe. And replace it with mayonnaise. Very much like, you remember how... Yeah, there you go. Remember how they used to, like, push margarine as a substitute for butter in, like, all cases? And in 99% of cases, it was, like, less healthy and disgusting? Remember that? Well, now do the same thing, but for mayonnaise. Mayonnaise chicken marsala is like... That's pretty good. That's pretty up there for me. Let me see here. Foods with butter in the name. Mayonnaise cake. Mayonnaise pecan. Mayonnaise pecan. Mayonnaise scotch. I'm mayonnaise rum. Now we're getting started. Mayonnaise kuchen. Okay. I gotta double check. I gotta double check that I'm not like inventing something. Yeah. Bread and mayonnaise chips. Bread and mayonnaise pickles. Movie theater mayonnaise popcorn. Cookie mayonnaise. Peanut mayonnaise. Oh man, it's just, yeah, it's one of those like squirt, one of those squirt pumps, but with mayonnaise in it. When a bee is flying around you, what do you say? To not get stung. Turn this. Bread and mayo. I can do a 3-3, I think, to save on points. Oh, man. That was insufficient. That's a good idea, Chubo. Once again, the Order is victorious! Apple mayonnaise, yeah. Apple mayonnaise. I was trying to think of other foods that borrow the butter terminology, like peanut mayonnaise and almond mayonnaise and apple mayonnaise. Oh, fucking pancakes with a big glob of mayonnaise melting down the side from the top.
I'm back.
Are we all the way on the left side here? One steps east. There you go. There you go, X-Keeper. One steps east. Oh, I don't know about that. Like, okay, let's be real here. If you took pizza dough and you cooked it and then you, like, slathered some mayo, a bunch of bacon, lettuce, and tomato on it, it could be fine, right? Was it good? By the way, I don't know what these enemies are called in Japanese, but Maligator is a tremendous enemy name. Absolutely, absolutely tremendous. Okay, they cooked the mayonnaise. Okay, see, I would do it differently. I would do it differently. I would cook the cheese onto the dough and then put cooked bacon on top of it that had been drained of the oil. Pizza doesn't work very well in Stable Diffusion, unfortunately. What if I... I gotta look inside this computer again and see what the slot layout looks like. It's so good that there's like this it's so good that there's like this interlude. I wish more dungeon crawlers had like interludes, you know? I think that's a cool idea. I should try to remember to do that for my dungeon crawler game when I get back to working on it. Right? Like, it would be very cool that, like, you're going in the dungeon, and then it's like, there's a giant crystal cavern that spreads out, and, like, all the crystals are shining, and it's calm and peaceful there, and there's no enemies, and it just shows you, like, a big cutscene of you walking through the thing. Do you think if I face the other way, I'll be better off? What's really weird to me, Shiboy J, is when you consider the expanded Shining property in general. Like, have you seen the other games that this studio got up to that include the characters from Shining? Yes, Hickler, yes. Like Landstalker? And Chrono Guys? Wait, what's that game actually called? Shit. Time Crisis? No. Time Stalkers? Time Stalkers? Time Killers? One of these is the correct name of a video game. On Dreamcast, that's a Rouge-like. Time Fuckers Incorporated. But like, Pyra makes an appearance in it. Anyway. Climax Landers, yeah. Hector, I know you're shitposting, but have you actually seen the, like, later Shining games? Where it's like Blade Arcus from Shining Neo or some shit. Uh-oh, don't hit Milo again. Okay, we got him. What are we looking at? There's... Is this the right number? There's like 30 Shining games? Radon probably knows if he's still around. There's an obscene number. There's an obscene number of Shining games, is what I'm saying. Wait, I think Death Serpent sucks. I should have been more aggressive. It's not too bad. Localized damage, at least. How is Pyra so fucking invincible? Has Pyra just been hitting the fucking... Like, what's your fucking defense? 92. How's she have 92 defense? How has Pyra become invulnerable? I don't understand. Why does she have 90 defense? Is it a consequence of like having worn the crown for a really long time? $38 Shining titles and 1 canceled. Some of those are like remakes of existing games, right? Like, or like compilations. That's a good howl sound. Seven remakes or enhanced remakes.
Models.
Models.
Aluminum. Poster. Curtains.
And raising a mighty sword, engaged, Fate cried. Her sob was broken by a demon attacking her.
Well done. Revive
He
your
found him and
followers
beset him in
like
rage.
this.
Go! This was a trap. Magnus raged that he was the answer.
Gears.
She beset them both with a frenzied assault. Magnus, upon seeing her, took his mighty sword in hand and flew toward her, but he attacked her.
Good. Oh, I don't think they can dance when they're alone.
Orange Scoop.
Oh! It's your boy Jay, thank you for the 71 bits. Make sure we kill that thing. Fucking Chrome Ball always consumes all my resources. What do we got? Yes, yes, they certainly are, aren't they? Tubo. I really wish they had done it with like an umlaut as well. Chat. This is a good game. This is a good game. It probably depends on if it's animated. Tubo. Battle Oaks. This level's just gonna be a like... Oh, hey. Whoa, Hell Knight. Tubo. I've included a picture. Please look at this and tell me if it's all right. Probably, yes. In this game, they use every part of the labyrinth. These guys suck too. Is this gonna be the same fucking thing on the opposite side, inverted? Are they running out of ideas? Okay, quick question. Chubo, how much of that catalog triggers content policy violations when put into Bing? Hell, this is just literally a way to get to the other side and not lose 5 MP. Ah! Tough to Gugs. Toots. Tubo, will you do me a favor? Twitch channel work favor. Will you set... Will you set that image as your, as a hype train alert on Twitch's alert system? And record yourself saying, toot toot, all aboard the Foreskin Express. For when a hype train triggers in your channel. Turtle time! Shit, Shell Beast. We're fine for now. Okay, we got it. Probably good for Dad, too. That 5 magic points is absolutely worth it. Create 1,100 variations of the Foreskin Express. Uh-oh. Don't like their eerie dance. I don't like that it said they shuffled their feet. Where are they storing their feet? I'm worried that they haven't used all of the labyrinth yet. What's on the left side that I can't see? Okay. Like, how the fuck did Pyra get 90 defense? What the hell is going on? Why is my mage so tanky? I don't know. I don't know. Like, is it because I had her equipped with the tiara for a really long time? That, like, influenced her defense gains? Is it... Like, it could be weird RNG that, like, every level she got 4 points, which is her max, and everybody else got 1 point, which is their minimum. Maybe Pyra always becomes super tanky? Blood Rooster! Okay, this sucks. Okay, Blood Rooster requires, like, maximum response. Were those all? Come on, Selkie. No. No. 500 gold. Okay. This game does some pretty clever stuff with the dungeon crawling thing. But it's still very much a dungeon crawler. Art and soul. D-Soul level 2. I wonder if you can D-Soul Blood Rooster. One damage. Nothing can hurt Pyra other than like status effects and some other shit. And magic. Okay. What can we do here? Double attack that guy. What about sleep? Okay. There we go. That'll work. Hey, you never know. It might be copper mediated blood or whatever. I want to cast this just for the funds. Because they're knights in metal armor, right? It doesn't help. Mystic Rope! Okay, Mystic Rope helps some stuff. That's not solid. It's your buddy, Caesar. Tetris Ben, how's it going? Okay, Pyra gets 5 speed points, 3 defense points. I guess it's possible. Mystic Rope cuts a bunch of the transit time out of this. Did he only get 1? Yeah. Cell key. No, damn it. Oh. Oh. Folks, good news. Tomorrow, I'm going to be playing another dungeon crawling game. With mapping. Gonna play... I didn't know you could encounter Kaiser Crab here. I'm gonna play Might and Magic 1 on the Apple IIs, which is right here. Oh man. Citadel of Frost. Mazes and mapping. Seems like only yesterday we were in this dungeon for real. Chubo, when are you gonna give Citadel of Frost a good go? That game scares me. The Mentat Jedi. The unsubtitled text-to-speech NPCs. Encounter rate. Is it a function of speed, maybe? It might be. It very well might be. Mystic rope. What have I been roped into? Mithril ore. There we go. I'm really thinking I would rather have
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Cheer one and enjoy Christmas. The Lord Christmas. Let earth Christmas our King. In Christmas in nature sing. In heaven in Christmas sing. In Christmas. In Christmas. In Christmas sing. Christmas the earth. The Christmas rains. Let Christmas songs employ. While Christmas floods. Rocks. Christmas plains. Christmas is sounding joy. Repeat the Christmas joy. Christmas. Christmas. The Christmas joy. He rules Christmas with Christmas grace. And makes the Christmas prove. The Christmas of his righteousness and Christmas of his love. In Christmas of his love. And Christmas. Christmas of Christmas.
Dr. Tasty, thank you for the 100 Christmas carols. I haven't played Holy Ark. Little Fire Throat Totem. I haven't played it. What's my... I gotta look at this real quick. 68. 18 more defense. Magic defense. $60 versus 100. I think it's worth. I think that's better than the defense boost. That's gonna be better than the defense boost. Which material? Mithril. Pyra. A weapon. 4,500, you got it. I just go right back in. No, way to exit town. Mithril rod. Okay, what's your 218? Can't remove cursed item. That's okay. That's fine. Because we're getting to the point where one cycle of whip doesn't kill all the enemies. And one cycle of whip doesn't kill the enemies. And my other dudes are one-shotting enemies anyway, regardless of whip. So I'd rather have the higher damage output immediately. I don't want to accidentally equip this. Special deals. Hey, Draconic dude, how's it going? Alright, so we need to go up. So now we have incredibly fast Pyra hitting for decent damage. Right at the start. Yeah, just instant death. Well, I hope you get a chance to rest, wind down for the evening, enjoy some good video game looking. Oh ho! Might not be worth it though. Awesome blow. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to hit all the enemies for an amount that won't kill them and leave more enemies alive at the end of each round than to just kill off more enemies. No, it's not as powerful. Powerful enough, though. Powerful enough. Interesting. Mystic rope. Orb of truth. Grim wall. Do you think it's the same power of as the lower Grim walls? It sure is. Storm sword. More. Wonderful. Some old game I was recommending to someone a while back that had dialogue you might think was neural network generated if it didn't predate that. I might need more to go on. Eight or 16 butts. Like on console? Console. Incomprehensible. Incomprehensible dialogue on a console or... It's not ringing any bells. It's not ringing any bells. Also, like... It's tough to think of a game with incomprehensible dialogue that I would recommend to someone. Unless I recommended it to Chubo. Or joke recommendation, yeah. Yeah, it would help to know who I recommended it to. And, like, any more details about it. There's a lot more computer RPGs with incomprehensible shit in them than console. Because there's like Jorune, Alien Logic, Leave Your World Behind. Sky Realms of Jorune, Alien Logic, Leave Your World Behind. Which just has like an incredibly large amount of dialogue in it. Really save that much time. I still have to do these fights. Hate Chrome Ball. Quite there yet. She'll get there. Bronze Lance. That's some shit. Worth a bunch of money though, I guess. Ugh. Maybe up here. Or maybe this is like the amulet or something. Good. That's still a little slow on that one. Not enough. Bigger freeze. Cerebus. Holy shit, they can actually do damage. Good on resources. Might be a real tough fight, though. Guardian. A lot of damage. Stop hitting Dad. Okay, also don't hit Pyra. Walker. Can't do a lot of those. Okay, that's more reasonable. That's not very reasonable at all. Got him. Elven Hood. Ira, the elf, cannot wear the elven hood. It's two better than the magic hood. I think that I've been streaming for 6 hours. I think it's time to wrap up. Get a couple of good items. Got a lot of mapping done. We know that this corner is probably gonna loop up and around this way, and this is gonna be like the final stretch. Probably like this, and then like this. But we know to survive the next level up, we're going to have to be that much stronger because we're hitting equipment limits. So, we'll have to figure that out. What is occurring? Who is streaming? Atomic Dragons is streaming Shadow of the Comet. That's a good idea. Oh, Rat Clown Cars is streaming Tower of Souls. So far, streaming Phantasy Star 2. I think we're gonna raid Atomic Dragons of Mars. Interesting dude. I think an underappreciated streamer. So let's raid Atomic Dragons of Mars. Turn that off. Get the wrap-up music going. Where is it? You should give Atomic Dragons of Mars a follow when you get over there. He's got a very bare-bones stream. No alerts or anything like that, but camera and microphone. He's a cool dude. Very smart, very well-read. Very, very insightful, I think. So worth giving a follow when you get over there if you like the stuff that he's doing. Pretty cool dude. So take care, everybody. I will be back tomorrow with more mapping mazes in Might and Magic. I hope you have a lovely time tonight. I hope you have a lovely time at Atomic Dragons of Mars's. I hope you have a great dinner or whatever is coming your way food-wise. I hope you have a lovely weekend, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Come back for more Might and Magic maze mapping. Good night, everyone.